Excuse me. Yo, 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 yo. Boy, I am tired today. We had just constant wind last night, close to 30 miles an hour all night. I couldn't sleep. It was just so loud. It was like it wasn't even that bad. Like it didn't cause much damage anywhere near me at least. There was no gusting really. It was just constant wind and it was just so loud, man. I'll be happy when that's gone. It's gonna completely end here in a couple hours. The wind gonna go down to like normal levels, I should say, not even end. But yeah, I was just absolutely exhausted today. Just getting to this point. So we're gonna just play some classic today. I'm not very locked in uh, to do anything like on retail. I could probably play Legion Remix, and maybe we like if we die or you know, I literally have nothing to do on here. We could maybe switch to Legion Remix because I don't have to be quite as locked in for that. But um, I needed to do something solo, basically, not anything where I need to join a group for, so that way I'm not like ruining other people's experience because I'm playing poorly or whatever. So we'll just lock in on here for now, and we'll go from there. I was wanting to check some stuff as well. Okay, so there's a couple interesting things on here. Let's pop this over. Pop this over here. Boom, bada bang. All right, so we have. Let's go down. Start at the bottom. Don't care about that. That's interesting, but not a big deal. So this happened actually yesterday, like while I was about to finish stream. They data mined tier set bonuses for pre-patch. Basically, they added damage to everybody or and healing. I assume because everybody's getting weaker would be my guess, and so they're like, oh, we'll just give you some power on your tier sets, maybe. Not sure, but they basically just added raw power to your tier set, and then when you take that tier set off, you'll obviously lose that power, or when you level up, or however they're gonna have it work, right? But it's just some artificial power to make up for classes kind of getting gutted going into midnight would be my guess on that. Obviously, I don't know for sure. That's what I would assume is going on there at least. So we had that happen, and then we have this was interesting. It's not our main focus here, but Season Discovery wound down with a bang in the Scarlet Enclave as we got cooking on the long-term future of Classic. So they're thinking about Classic Plus here on this. We can go to Wildhead and see what else is on here. Keeping it classic. Okay, then they talk about other classic stuff, but yeah, there's not much else here. I guess I didn't watch this roundup thing, so maybe I'll do that. But yeah, very interesting. I'm very we're playing classic today, so it's a good time to talk about it too. but I'm very interested to see where they're going to go with Classic Plus. I hope it's fun. I hope there's stuff to actually game out as well. I would love to do content for both versions of the game, but I'm only going to do that if I have fun doing it. I'm not going to force myself to do it. It would have to be fun. You know, like most people would have to enjoy it, right? And including my own community. But yeah, I do want that. I do want that to happen very much because I like playing Classic overall, but I only like playing Classic right now because it's hardcore. But I do like TBC and I really love Wrath. So, you know, maybe they can make Classic Plus feel a little closer to Wrath, maybe? I don't know. I mean, I think that's clearly the most popular expansion. It has the most players all time. It has the most popularity, like in China for sure. You know, it's my favorite one of the old ones. I like some of the newer ones too, of course. I mean, I really liked Dragonflight. I actually really liked Legion and BFA. So I like a lot of the more recent ones as well. But you know, I would be very interested in a very good or well done Classic Plus, and then the whitelisting of spells. So this wasn't new, but they just posted this 2 hours ago. The exact spells. So certain spells are going to be able to be tracked now, which means that they will probably have weak auras for them and stuff. You know, I don't care too much about this as long as there's an option in the game. That's always been my issue, right? My issue is I don't want to go get add-ons. If I can just track it in the game, then I'll just track it in the game. Simple as that. Like, I'm not looking for anything special here. I just don't want to have to go download a million add-ons and just to play the game. I never did. But sometimes I would have some, like some extra ones because there was no way to tell, for example, when Blessing of Anchi procced, you know, so I would have to go get a weak aura for that. Now, of course, that is tracked by the Blizzard UI. And so as long as there's an option to track it on Blizzard UI, I don't care because then no one's getting an advantage over me by downloading an add-on. They can, yes, their add-on might look better or whatever. They might be able to customize it better. But as long as I can track it, I don't care. I can make it do with pretty much anything. But I just want the ability to know everything that everyone else knows without having to get a million add-ons to do it, essentially. So I'm fine with this, even as an anti-add-on guy. I'm still fine with it because, yeah, because like I said, as long as it's not giving someone else a competitive advantage over me, then I don't care. You know, and there could be more deep arguments than that aren't so self-centered, I guess. But for me, that's where the tenor of the argument is that it's like, okay, how does this affect me? Okay, I'm still gaining tracking capability. You're just keeping your old tracking capability. Now we're on even footing, so that's a win for me. I don't care if yours looks better or whatever. So that's where I'm at on it. So those are most of the things that kind of happened overnight and this morning or whatever. And yeah, that's where I'm at on all those. So we'll go ahead and start playing some games here. I actually just watched Mr. Zaryu as I was getting the computer ready and stuff. Do like a 3-man Dead Mines run, trying to, I assume, get the Cruel Barb for his little rogue there, his ultra hardcore rogue. I'm not a big fan of the ultra hardcore personally, but I get it because, like I said, I prefer hardcore to regular classic because regular classic's really boring. Hardcore at least gives you some stakes. It makes you have to run away. Makes you have to, like, you know, be careful. And ultra hardcore just takes that to like another, you know, another level essentially. So I get why they like it, but it's definitely not for me. I don't really want my screen going black when, you know. We're in Badlands. I soloed a couple of the outside of Ultimate quests last night. I do play this off stream because I really just want to get a character to 60. If I get a character to 60, then what I would do is I would just make like a silly character or something. I talked about making a character called I'm gonna need that just needs on everything. I think that could be fun to play, fun to watch. You know, the drama, the silliness of it all. You know, and some people would get legitimately mad at me. I realize, but other people would probably think it's pretty funny. I just want to hit 60, man. Frost Mage is a bit of a cheat code to do that, so hopefully I make it there. My last Frost Mage died at 51 because I think I was trying to solo something really hard. I can't remember what it was though. I'd have to look where I died at. I have an idea of what it could have been, but I can't quite remember. This is one of the worst drop rate quests in the whole game. Apparently not for the rock elemental shards, just for the small stone shards. There's also a Max clip that I might want to watch as well. I should pull that up. Not for this exact moment, but I saw it last night and I go, maybe I'll watch that tomorrow. See what he thought. Okay, it's a very short clip. Maybe we'll watch it later. He's talking about it. Excuse me. He's talking if the old raids were better than the new ones. We kind of actually just mentioned that a little bit with, well, the expansions, not necessarily the raids in particular. We got Maddie Natty down here. Oh, okay. So the small stone shards only come from the lesser rock elementals. Check down here at that spawn at least. So I think that's done with that quest. Yeah, let's go turn that in. Oh, there's a giant buzzard that spawns around here somewhere. Oh, can you only get the small stone shards from here? Oh, that's why this quest is terrible. Okay, we might not do this one then. I would like to do Ultimate, but the problem is there's not many people even at this level. I say that and there's a bunch of people for Ultimate, but this is a high level group. They're probably going to be able to do it. If they can find tank and healer. Oop, wrong way. I just AFK in a very weird spot. Hope you don't die, buddy. Last night, uh, after stream, I tried to join a heroic pug on retail to get AOTC, and I joined with a guild that was progging it. They had just killed Saladar, I guess. Judging by their Discord, they had just killed it the night before, and it was It was interesting. It definitely was not successful. I stayed with them for like an hour. That's interesting. I hung in there with them for like an hour or so, but it was a little painful. It was very reminiscent to some old days, like just the vibes. It's just friends playing together. You know, two or three of them kind of knew what they were doing. Two or three of them didn't know at all what they were doing. Some people were just in the middle of that, and then there were some random pugs, and some of the pugs were really bad. Some of the pugs were like me and had gear and stuff like that. It was just it was weird, like just dying to the silliest things. It made me wonder, you know, like how they even kill Salazar? Like that's and it's crazy that they even killed Salazar, honestly. Like it's they definitely overshot their like they outkicked their coverage, whatever. They did better than what I thought would ever think they could do. I can go grab those pages out of my bank. But it was rough. We hung with them for about an hour. A bunch of people coming and going, and we almost got out of phase one once. It was really bad. The DPS was really low. The healing was really low as well. Um, so like both those things are bad. The time when they almost got out of phase one was when there was a healer brought in, a pug who was like fully geared, and that almost made the difference, just keeping people alive longer. But the DPS was just so bad. I guarantee you're not supposed to go through that many phases on phase or like renditions of killing the ads and stuff on phase one this far into the patch and stuff like that. Like I guarantee that's not like normal. So it was rough. Obviously, I was doing pretty good damage. I didn't know exactly what to do and how to use my cooldowns because I'd never done it yet on heroic. But you know, I was doing pretty well, and there was actually another rep paladin that was doing pretty well, and then there was a shaman that was doing pretty well. I think Ellie, but a lot of low DPS and just a lot of people not knowing what to do. People just getting knocked off the edge all the time, which is just embarrassing. That fight is especially like after you've seen it a few times. Like if you've seen how that knockback works like 10 times and you're still getting knocked off the edge by it, that's, you know, not good. I think that's safe to say. I hope they kill it for their own sake, but hey Mario, what's up, man? How you doing today? Hopefully not 3 minutes behind this time, huh? Yeah, I was just talking about. I was trying after stream last night. After I moseyed around for a little bit, I was trying to do a heroic pug, AOTC pug on retail, and it was did not go very well, but it was interesting. Yeah, I am exhausted today, so I just got on classic. Maybe hardcore classic's not the best thing to play when you're exhausted, but I don't think I can lock in to like do anything in a group. Yeah, it does. It puts me to sleep too. But I don't know. Maybe at the end of the day, it's because I don't really care if my character dies. Like, it is what it is. But I have really hard time when I'm tired and stuff to like lock into keys and stuff like that. I need an espresso with classic. Yeah, that's probably on the. That's probably a smart medicine for classic there. Heck, I can almost only play a mage because they can at least teleport around. It's so slow. I just keep my home over on the other continent and teleport around. It's a waste of gold or whatever, but I don't care. It's so slow getting everywhere. The other thing too is like for me, the only thing I kind of want to do was maybe do some more beta stuff, but the problem with that is when you're tired is do I really feel like doing math and stuff like that? I don't know. Yeah, this is the anniversary hardcore realm, if that's what you're asking. But I might make a character on the other one to like um get ready for TBC or whatever. But I just want to hit 60 on a hardcore. If this one dies, I might give up, but this might be my final try for hardcore. I don't want to get too invested in the TBC though, because like TBC is going to come out and then a month later, the or less than a month later or whatever it is, the Midnight's going to come out. So I love beginning of patches, beginning of expansions, grinding gear, like all the silly little things to get the best gear. but I would be taking away a lot of my own fun if I was trying to also keep up on TBC. So hopefully, I can maybe find a way to do both without focusing too hard on TBC. Like maybe play hard at the beginning and then immediately taper it off. I don't know. Do I have any of these? No. Oh wait, chapter 1 maybe? Yeah, okay. Then I might have chapter 2. Okay. Did I play Sod? Yes, I actually did. I had a lot of fun in the first season of Sod or whatever, the first iteration, the BFD one. A lot of my guild from retail played as well. The next one, I also was having a decent amount of fun with, but the problem was is we actually had in my guild we had actually too many people wanting to play, and so we had this like we basically just had too many people to like raid with and stuff, and a lot of the people that it was like guildies and then also like their real life friends and stuff, and I was like, I felt weird trying to like take a spot from somebody's like real life friend or something, so I kind of just faded off of that one, and then I thought the ones after that were pretty bad, and by the time the by the time that final phase kicked in, I was way too far behind to even try to play. But I thought it was pretty cool. I especially like the beginning. The ending looked cool, even though I didn't get to do it. Yeah, PvP go a little bit cool. I actually like this event here in Stranglethorn, the Blood Moon or whatever it was called. I liked it. We had fun doing it. I was unfortunately for that a rep paladin, but because that was not the best thing to be for that. Range was much better. Yeah, I like Sod a lot, so I'm hoping that I would like a Classic Plus, right? I know it's not going to be as crazy as Sod was, but I'm hoping that a Classic Plus will be good and enjoyable. Full many retail. I think the pace is too slow. I completely agree, Mario. I do not think it'll be a lot of retail players on it, but for me, it just has to be fun enough to where it's like I actually care about getting loot and stuff like that, and we'll see. Basically, for me, it's a will see thing for me. That's the best way I can put it. There's no guarantee that I like it at all. But I'll already have a sub to it and stuff, so it's like might as well try it. Oops. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, Elder Scrolls. But there's hope, right? I mean, there's hope that they can make like somewhat challenging or somewhat interesting content while still keeping the classic people happy. I don't know how well that's gonna work, but I'm down to give it a try. In our guild, so it was like my retail guild, like I said, and then they got some of their real life friends to try it out, but it was like their first time playing WoW ever. So some people's first time playing WoW was actually on side, and then a couple of them actually played retail afterwards, and we were having fun with it. Like I think some are even doing the housing and stuff. I when I was looking around the neighborhood, with music, I hated when it says, "Oh, this is our last or our old record." I'm like, I listened to that record already. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people like that. I'm a super cautious person, just naturally. I look at stuff, I look ahead at it, but I don't always try it because I kind of know what I like, and so I almost tried New World. Um, I was watching some people play it on stream and stuff, and I'm like, I just don't think this game's for me, and it definitely wasn't. It was a good choice not to try it. That's like a recent example. Ashes of Creation's another one. I like the artwork of Ashes of Creation though, but I think it's not quite what I would want it to be. Yeah, FOMO. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I get that too. Like why am I even drawn to playing classic hardcore right now? Well, it's because when I go to there's not anything going on retail right now, right? Basically, and Legion Remix hype has died down a lot. And so when I'm consuming WoW content myself, what am I finding? I'm finding Zaryu. I'm finding Peekaboo. You know, Ozzy. I like Ozzy. He seems like a real guy. Ozzy Falls. So then I'm seeing them play classic, and I'm like, oh, I'll play classic too, right? So I get that. That's where all the WoW content is right now. So that's why I'm like, so when I have a day where I'm tired or I don't have it all my faculties about me, I'm like, let's play some classic. As we get closer to midnight, Dratnos will be firing things up. ARPGs, not really. Um, I was I played the old Diablo, like Diablo 1 when I was a kid, and then I actually played Path of Exile when it was just beta, freshly out. And I actually really liked it, but honestly, those games get too complex for me. They not complex that I can't understand. I'm a pretty smart guy, but complex in that I don't want to learn it all, I guess. So like when it's fresh, it's actually usually really fun for me because there's only like five things or whatever, five systems to memorize or less. But then once they start stacking on it, I lose a lot of interest because I just don't want to do it. Like if I don't want to learn it all, I guess. But original Path of Exile was very very fun. I had a crazy um I didn't know what I was doing yet, and I didn't like go on the forums or anything like that. I had a Templar build that was like all nature damage and stuff. It was so weird, but it actually was doing extremely high DPS. This Jungle Stalker quest is? I don't know. I it's not usually too busy for me at least. I can see this place getting like botted though and farming leather. That thick leather. But yeah, I so let's sum up the ARPG thing. I like them. I just don't get sucked into them. My favorite game type, and maybe my favorite game, but it's more like Fable. I love those games. I don't even know what those are technically called. Obviously, they're somewhat RPGs, but what type of RPG are they? Fantasy? I don't know. Solo? I don't know the correct term for it, but I love Fable. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Fable 1, Fable 2, Fable 4. I didn't really play Fable 3. And then I'll definitely be trying out the new one when it comes out. Yeah, I like those. I like the storytelling and the humor of it and stuff like that. In particular, for that, I have a bit of a dry wit myself, so sometimes that British humor can play well with me. That was also my gateway. My friend, he was gonna be busy for the summer, so I didn't have an Xbox. My friend was gonna be busy for the summer, and he let me have his Xbox over the summer and his games, and I literally played Fable. I forgot to eat for like 2 weeks. I felt like that's exaggeration, but it was like I was like literally obsessed with it. This is when I was like 16 too. Like I wasn't like a little kid. I loved a lot of the older Assassin's Creed. Obviously, those games have gone downhill. I think that's fair to say. But I loved the older ones, all the way up until even the one where you were like in like British. The British one was even fine, but those started falling off. But I like the old ones. I love the storytelling, the puzzles, that stuff. I've mentioned it before, but my introduction to gaming was literally sports games. So I was like a Madden person, and I was very good at Madden. And but then I slowly shifted more into this style of game. Went through like Assassin's Creed, Fable, and of course World of Warcraft. I was also Red Alert 2, really big into that when I was a kid. Red Alert 2 and Madden were probably about the same, actually. So I was RTS plus sports game, who now plays World of Warcraft. What I probably would be doing right now on retail, if they and I've talked about this ad nauseum, but if they just had dwarf decor in the game, I'd probably just be like messing around with my house. Honestly, it's really fun. I love the housing. I didn't expect to love it this much. It's really really good though, and they just don't have the type of decor, the type of stuff that I want. But that's what I would probably be doing other instead of this. Although I do, like I said, it is a goal to get to 60 still, so there's still something going to be tugging on me there. If I get to 60 anytime soon, I can make a new character on one of those other realms and have like a fun little. We'll do. It would be like a content character, right? So like I'm gonna need that, or if I come up with a better idea, that could be fun. I do want to put together an AOTC run though at some point on retail. I want to put just get people that all have gear. It's really hard to find that though. And those pugs. Pugging is rough, man. I was so blessed to have a guild for 13 tiers in a row for however many expansions that was. One, two, three. For 3.5 expansions. Chicken chaser chases chickens. Probably hold off on that. Although I probably could do it. I want to boot up. I was talking about this yesterday, briefly on stream, but I want to boot up my GoldenEye 007 and play it with my, or like help my son play it or play it with him or something somehow. He seems like he thought it was cool. My kids do play Roblox, but they're a little bit more cultured than most kids, I would say. I'm very, very active in their life, so they get forced my old ways. But they do play Roblox. My youngest one, he likes to do roller coaster simulators, and my older son, he actually, it's a like weird little thing, but like he goes to like Roblox games that like have music and stuff, and will like listen to music, and as long as it's not bad, I'm fine with it. It's usually like silly stuff or you know whatever. But sometimes the way Roblox is, they'll try to people will do bad stuff as well. So just have to monitor. He knows better as well. He knows he'll get banned if he does something like banned by me. He actually got a minor. He got a Roblox suspension because some players were. Excuse me. Some players were like destroying his stuff in a game, and then they stole his stuff and ran into their base, and he said, "Let me in all caps to them," and he got banned because of all that weird like pedophile stuff and stuff that goes on there. They thought it was like it got flagged, automatically flagged, like he was like harassing them, but he was technically the one being harassed in this case. See, my kids love playing WoW. Uh, the little guy, I take him to like Elwyn Forest or Loch Moden, and he just runs around on a character that he can one shot everything on, right? And then for my older son, he likes doing like events and stuff. So he likes doing Halloween. He likes doing Christmas and this even the silly stuff that you probably would never like yourself. He liked doing in Dragonflight. It's the dangest thing because I would have never done this, but he liked doing that daycare, the dragon daycare thing. So we did that whole thing together. Your old guild wants you back for TBC, but I just can't do it. I don't know, dude. I need a guild. What surf are they on? I'll come play with you. I hold the right to quit at any time, though, if I did that. Good old moppers. I miss raiding, I do. But I don't miss people not knowing mechanics. It's actually it's the weirdest thing. Even last night in that AOTC attempt group or whatever, it made me really understand. And I hate to say this because I don't want to give him any credit for anything, but it made me really understand Asmongold on his not rating anymore and stuff. It is rough when people don't know what to do, man. And then I'm like fighting inside because I'm like thinking, okay, maybe I'll just ask if I can raid lead or something like that. And but I don't even know the whole fight myself, but I know it better than they do. And then it's like no, because then I'm putting too much on myself, and I'm just gonna get more angry because now they're not listening to me. Yeah, that's exactly it, Mario. I just it might be elitist, it might be whatever, man, but I just can't understand why people can't just how okay. There's a knockback mechanic in Phase One of Dimensius. It's very simple. It's a very fairly short knockback, and you just stand at an angle from the tank who's getting smashed or whatever, and you just get knocked to the side. It's a similar mechanic as like that's on a lot of like the worm bosses that are in the game. It's a very repeated mechanic. It looks slightly different, but it's very similar. And I don't understand how anyone, no matter how casual you are, after doing the mechanic like 10 times, how you're getting knocked off the edge. I get it the first time. The first time it happens, of course you can get knocked off the edge. Maybe the fifth time it happens, you weren't ready for it. The second one, you weren't ready for it and you got knocked off the edge. I understand that. I'm not this elitist person. I get it. But it's like, you can't just keep dying to the first one over and over again. I don't, nothing will ever make me understand that, how that even happens. And that's where I actually like I said I kind of like see where he's coming from Asmongold when he was I remember his last little arc of trying to raid. He was like trying to do like TBC or something raids, and he's just like they wiped on a thing for like 12 hours, And then, of course, before that, he had given up on retail raiding for similar reasons. But I just don't get it, man. It's different mindsets. Like one of the guys in the raid group, he was a healer and he was a pretty decent player. And he was like friends with all the people or whatever. But he was just in there. I don't know if it was an alt or whatever, but he was just in there to like kind of like brag, kind of. And it's like he was like, "Oh, look at my healing done. I'm doing so much more healing. I only have 705 item level. Look at my healing." And he just got because I was in Discord with him or whatever, and he's just like he clearly was in there to like be like, "Look how good I am with my bad gear." Like he wasn't like that was the only reason he was in there, and it was weird. But there was 4 people out of the 20 that were undergeared. Next, Car Dungeon and Last Trade were super fun. Car Dungeon and Last Trade were super fun. Do you mean like on Classic? Or the Car Dungeon? I'm so confused. The first night was also... Oh, you're talking about TBC. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I loved it. I loved original TBC and I loved the beginning of TBC Classic, but I just got burnt out. I was trying to play too much because I think there was other stuff going on at retail at the time too, and I was trying to do my retail and I was trying to grind up, do all my attunements and stuff on TBC, and I just got burnt out. That's the good thing about Classic right there. Actually, something you just it just triggered what's good about it to me. So last night on Dementius, even if I took over and started telling people what to do, they were still going to die. But on Classic, you one person can kind of tell everyone what to do and get them through it, which is kind of nice if you're the person who knows what to do. Oh, that's a T1. Dude, that was a good commit call. I don't care. I would have committed. Zaryu roached out. A bunch of other people roached out. I would have committed to that call. That was a good call, man. It was the correct call. I respect Peekaboo for going back in and listening to the call. That's how you know he plays retail. You know Pika is a true retail player because he went back in when he said commit. Yeah, I agree, MDS. Like I'll probably look for a guild. Maybe that's what I need to do. I need to look for a guild for TBC. That would be fun. Make some new friends, especially with my old guild not really playing much anymore. I talk to them still in Discord, and I do the housing in their neighborhood and stuff. But that could be cool. Good old classic Andy guild. I was in one for Wrath, and I was raiding actively in Wrath. I don't mean to keep telling this story, but it's obviously an impactful story in my life. But my mom passed away during Wrath Classic, and so I just ended up quitting Wrath Classic. But I was having fun with that guild overall. It always astounds me how many people log in Classic. In retail, we would have one person from our guild logging. On Classic, there might be like 15 people in your raid logging. It's crazy. That was something that stuck out to me. And then of course the loot drama. Classic has way more loot drama. Retail people don't really care. Yeah, I think that's about right, MDS. They it's always something, man. There's always loot drama. There's always I deserve this. There's always this is how you're supposed to do it. I'm in a guild right now, right? On this, it's called like Hardcore Roaches. It's run by some streamer. He's not like a big streamer, but whatever. Um, I didn't even know that when I joined it, by the way. But it's there's people in this chat, just guild chat, just arguing about proper warrior tanking and like getting so heated about it. And it's cool that you're that passionate about something, but they were like getting mean about it. Imagine Eve Online. I had a friend who played Eve Online. He tried to get me to play it so much, and I'm like, it's kind of cool, but it just seemed like way too much of an investment to get into that game. Like a real life friend who got into it for a while. That's crazy. There's a sign here that says Duskwood, and it points over there. Imagine if I didn't know where Duskwood was. I just ran to my death. That's crazy. We have room for one quest, which is not good. I might just get rid of these. That gives me 3. All right, we're not going to go to Swamp of Sorrows. I don't really want to do Haunted Isle because I'm Frost spec. So what's this one? I'm not going to do that one because I'm not a miner and I'm self-found. I should probably grab that one in case I kill any trolls. Oh, scaring shaky. Oh. Let's go. I have to kill gorillas. You know, I want to see. I want to see real quick before we go back out. I want to see if anyone's trying to catch me on remix. I did a few more runs to like try to put myself ahead. I'm trying to deter people from coming after me. Yeah, it looks like no one. They haven't done anything in like 2 days. So hopefully, nobody gets any thoughts of challenging me. Dexter and this guy was, I don't know what that is in Chinese, but he was coming up strong. But I think he's like, yeah, this is lame. That's my thoughts too. But oh, a full wipe of Black Fathom Deeps just now. Well, a couple people might have got away. Keep looting scrolls of agility. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, there's a paper. Top things I'm looking forward to in midnight. Well, off the bat, I'm gonna have a bit of a content brain for this probably. But off the bat, I'm looking forward to whatever the new delve is, the new delve challenge. So like Kaiveza, but whatever the new one is. I'm looking forward to getting to max level and just trying to grind that out. One, because it'll be very fun. If they make it, if it's still, it has to be good, right? If they make it good, it'll be very fun. It'll also be very good content. Um, I don't. Other than that, what am I looking forward to? I was hoping, and this hasn't happened yet, but maybe it will. I was hoping that maybe there'd be like, and it probably will happen, like almost like RP stuff come out of the housing, not for myself necessarily to even do, but just to even consume content wise. I would love to see that, or just more like housing competitions and stuff like that. Like people just really lean into that because I think it's such a good thing. So I would love to see that. And then there's always a possibility that I do join a guild and try to get cutting edge again because I really like doing it. But it would have to be like I've said before, it had to be a perfect environment to do that. I look forward to that. I like, I just like in general, I just like the beginning of any season. I like grinding out my gear. So the expansion's going to launch. I'm going to grind out whatever gear you can get from the rare spawns and all that stuff, right? Then, and the dungeons, heroic dungeons, and then the grinding out the gear like normal when Mythic Plus and Raid comes out. And I'm just looking forward to that. I'm also hoping that I don't want the raids to be easier, but I want them to be more accessible without the add-ons. And yeah, like that. Those are the kinds of things I think about when I'm thinking about Midnight coming out. So a lot of different things in different baskets, I guess. Somehow we need to get all these quests. What can we get rid of here? We don't want to do that yet. I want to get rid of that one because I don't want to go back up there. Story, new Xmod, PvP with no add-ons. Ooh, that's a good one. PvP with no add-ons. So I've been saying I kind of am thinking about trying some PvP in Midnight because of that same reason, no add-ons. So that could be interesting if it's fun and good. You know, I could see myself doing some PvP as well. I used to be a PvP enjoyer. before there was 72 add-ons tracking 10 million things and telling everyone when to press their buttons. I kind of like the story so far personally. I'm not the best story person, I guess, because I usually disagree with other people when they talk about the story. But I thought, especially without any spoilers, especially the last chapter, like while you're leveling up, I thought was really good. I think it'd be sweet. I don't think I ever would put that much time into it to do it, but it would be kind of cool to get get high ranked in PvP one tier. I did solo shuffle just to kind of prove a point to myself that I'm like, but I'd want to do it in like threes or whatever. I'm really looking forward to whatever happens at BlizzCon. I know you talk about BlizzCon a lot, being in Cali. I think we're gonna probably get Classic Plus announcement. If Midnight, they're gonna have the live Midnight stuff. If Midnight's like a really popping off expansion, I think it'll be a pretty hype time for World of Warcraft in general. The updated Silver Moon does look really nice too. I mean, I think something's gonna happen. I right when I opened the stream, I was talking about they did a thing saying that they've been cooking some. They put out something saying that they've been cooking what's next for the classic people or whatever. I do think there's gonna be some version of Classic Plus. I don't know exactly what it's gonna be, but and I could be wrong, but What do I want from Classic Plus? So what I want is I want it to be more challenging and slightly more fast paced than I only say slightly so that way the classic people still like it. Slightly more fast paced than regular. That way I could have like another game to play that's you know that I have fun playing and I could also do content for and everything else on the same channel because it'd still be World of Warcraft. All right, I'll catch you in a bit, my MDS. But yeah, that's what I want. I just want it to be. I want the classic people to be hashtag no changes. Yeah, I mean that was a huge fail, right? They immediately realized that they did want changes. Like you have to keep those players happy, but I would love for there to be some retail crossover with it. Some retail players actually like it, like SOD. So a lot of retail players like SOD. A lot of retail guilds made SOD guilds and played both. So I would just want to see something like that where it's a just a different version of WoW. Just hey, this is a slower, you know, less competitive version of WoW, but it's still fun. That would be cool. A lot of them don't. You're right, but it's mostly because of like the warlock tanking and stuff like that. Yeah, Soda doesn't really count though. He doesn't like anything. But you're still right in essence. But um, I don't think he's the best example. But they don't like Sod a lot. But it's mostly because of the big changes. Like oh, warlocks are tanks and rogues are tanks and mages are healers. They say it went too far is what I hear them say a lot. Wait, did I already get the charts? Oh, they're over here. I could queue for RFD as well. Heck, I could do Cathedral too. Yeah, yeah. He led a charge against. He led the charge against side. You're definitely right about that. And then a bunch of people didn't play it because of him. That's a good point. Side was good though. I don't care. Like it was good, especially the early on, and then I think the middle part was like lacking a lot, and then it ended strong. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily want it to be sod. I just want it to be classic with some sort of balancing and like one more added system, right? Whether that's like glyphs or whatever, right? Like one added system onto it for a little bit of complexity. Yeah, but definitely. Well, this is sketch, but we'll try it. We can always run. Yep. Is it just two? A little low on mana. Freeze there. Okay. Let's use a mana pot. So just the one. Free sheep. Evocate. Easy GG. See if this vendor got anything for us.
You need something?
No. Might go do RFD. Sure.
Have a good
Let me
one.
get somewhere safe. Where I take the invite. I have learned my lesson on this after dying multiple times this way. Okay, he's actually on the same layer as me. Yeah. Let's get out of this area. There's too many warlocks up. It's annoying. And we spawned on. Oh, everybody spawned. Okay. Fair enough. Might be a little while before we find people. Yeah, slim pickings after level 40. We got an ultra player. Right. Oh, you can only get bucklers down here. Oh well. Oh, we have a rat paladin of all things. No one's more pro rep paladin than me, but definitely not the best in classic.
Well met. Be careful.
I'm gonna need to go back to town. Well, there we go. I guess we go back to town right now. Get a nice RFD in here. Nice. Not Oldo, which is what I wanted to do, but
Making a special purchase? You have a great day
hi everyone. I'm full frost, and I'll always have your back, even if I'm low on mana. We got mail, we got plate, 2 cloth, and a leather. It's pretty good set up there. Right here. Is there anything I even need from this place? This would be an upgrade. This would be an upgrade. So we need Fire Eye. This would not an upgrade actually. Not an upgrade. That would be very good if this Lady Feather spawns. Rare spawn or something. Or is that sod? No, that's normal. We can take it slow if needed. If a big pull happens. I'll ding 43 in there probably. I have only ever ran this twice. I'm always like a spokesperson for retail in here. I'm planning on at least trying DC out when it comes out. That's the Dream Scythe and Night Slayer realms, right? Find a guild. Just flying around. True. PC is kind of fun without hardcore, but if they made an official hardcore, I would try it. Because I mostly play retail, I have never actually gotten to 60 on hardcore yet. I made it to 58 on a rat paladin. That was my closest. I really should have learned portals so that way I could leave if I thought the group was doing bad. Oh well. If they do a hardcore BC, they should make the what's it called? The big robot in Hellfire even bigger and also a larger aggro radius. He's already scary, he says. I just want to watch it on classic hardcore moments and those channels. I just have a DPS meeting. Oh, I also have Questy. Hard to remember. It's even an add-on. So wait, is this guy like already in there? I actually did every quest back in the day without any add-ons, so I could probably manage, but it'd be rough. It's been a long time. Oh,
That's still recharging.
yeah. I was just telling this group too. I've only ran this ever a couple times on classic. I ran it once when I was a teenager, and then I feel like maybe I ran it one more time on an alt at some point. But I'm not a big RFD guy.
I need to target something first.
Well, this is a good pull. Hope you don't die, buddy. Here, I'll slow him for you. Don't die. Right. Want to run there, dude. Alright. He potted, maybe?
I'm out of mage. I need a target.
I think we're all here. Alright, let's do an RFD. Let's go. I guess we're fighting. Just kill him. Okay. I feel Sod was great at the end, a bit much with all the talents and stuff, but world buff and systems at the end were pretty good for rating. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I hope that they learn good stuff from it. I hope that they find the right balance that keeps everybody happy, and that's what and I hope I can enjoy playing it most of all in a selfish way. To buff these guys too. I'm down. I gotta get mana though. I actually don't even need to skin these. Nice big pulls is so easy. Nice simple group. Need to make some water. Anyone got mistletoe for me? I don't think I do. I do not. Yeah, we're pulling really nice, and now we're stopped. You go. So kiss people in ends. You can pull more in general, but not this moment. I don't have any mana. Uh, Feels like retail. We're just doing big old polls. Nice. If it was always like this, Classic would be a lot more fun. Actually doing some DPS. Only pressing one button, but that's fine. I love being self found because everyone's like, "Can I get some water?" And I'm always like, "No." Yeah. Big boys here. Ah, ah. Okay. I can always ice block. I can always ice block. I can always ice block. Good. Oh, he needs mana. I can remove a curse.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
That's not good. I don't want that cape. I mean, it's actually probably better than mine. Banded sword. course, the druid lags out. That's a very classic thing to happen. Oh, the druid's back. Come on, Fuda. Yes. A lot of 80s. I got an 81, 88, 85, 9, and 29. Let's keep going, guys. I think we gotta go this way. Escort, yeah, okay. Sure. Come talk to Henry first.
What can I do for you? See you around.
Oh, there's a quest here. Oh, I didn't get the quest. Great. Guarantee it was the druid.
King's honor, friend.
Dude, I have no idea what's going on with this group. The tank just like stopped tanking randomly. Okay. Um, uh, Gotta do the hunter. What's the highest level you've had died in hardcore? So my first character was a rat paladin. I played only rat, and I got to 58. Very unfortunate. So I thought it was gonna be easy, and then my second highest was 51, and I've had a bunch of deaths, like in the 30s, essentially. Yeah, it was very devastating. I was like strong too. I basically got crit by an elite for like 30% of my health. I had still had stuff to use and everything. I had Soul Thrays, the Lasher from ZF. I had like I was doing good. Let's go, guys. That's the guy I need. Yeah, he drops a waist and a neck. Yeah, it was one of those things where I was just trying to get this quest done, and I needed like one more, and I wanted to save it because like, okay, well, maybe I need it on the next pull, you know. So I'm not gonna. I didn't want to use like lay on hands or something at 30% health, and I just was chunked down. I'm like, are you kidding me? To make it worse, I also missed 2 attacks in a row right before it, so it was just like complete craziness. See if I get some loot here. Ooh, belt. Let's see if I can win it. It's actually not even that big of an upgrade, but it's blue, so I still would like it. Hey, I got it. Get a little bit of intellect, a little bit of health. Take it. I guess let's not worry about this druid so much. One thing I want them to add in Classic Plus would be when you open the map, you see the dungeon map. That would be so much nicer. Hey, the druid's keyboard's working.
I need to get closer. I don't have a target.
It's a boss. Don't drop anything. Good for the druid. He has pretty good ones, but These people are classic Andying more and more the longer this run goes.
It's too far away. I'm out of range.
People arguing about loot, man. It's the classic Andy way. You can't do anything without arguing about loot. This guy types at like 5 words per minute. Whenever he stops to type, it just complete shutdown.
It's too far away.
I'm just loading up on potions in here.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Oh, he's going. Damn, that's crazy. Don't cloth robe. I can't remember what this boss does. Oh, I don't mold. Drink in there, bud. Full DPS only boss. Sure.
You'll never leave this place alive.
Oh, he's immune to frost. I guess I should have guessed that.
Hand of the Lich King. Be my servants. Come, spirits, attend your master.
I don't care about that robe really. It's a lot of stamina, but 10 intellect, I'll lose so much damage. Okay. I think I need to turn this into Stormwind. I really need to learn portals. Try to do that now.
Greetings.
Well met.
Portal to Stormwind.
Light bless you.
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend. Welcome to the cathedral.
This is technically an upgrade. Get stamina, spirit. The agility doesn't do anything. We still don't have any helmet, which is crazy. Other than that, we're pretty good though. At this rate, we might get our amount by level 50. Slow, self-found.
Need help? For the Alliance.
All right, I want to take a look at this. This is, oh, this is Max from Liquid.
In Siege of Orgrimmar, and then you can either pick Heimal or the first tier of Mop. I'm pretty sure the answer is that, because like Siege of Orgrimmar and Throne of Thunder are both like top 5 raids, at least for most people. I think Siege of Orgrimmar used to be top 5. Throne of Thunder is like unquestionably a top 5 raid of all time. That will never change. But like Siege was borderline
Nostalgia.
5, but it got like pushed out by Castle Nathria. Am I the only person whose opinion of old raids doesn't change when people go through them on classic and one-shot them? I feel like it's just not surprising that that happens. It doesn't change anything about what the stuff was when it was out, you know. Legion would be up there if it wasn't for Tomb of Soak Jarrus. Bro, Tomb of Sargeras is a great raid. Are you talking about raid rankings based on the game when they came out or relative to now? Because mop raids don't really hold up these days at all. It has to be when they came out. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing, you know?
But if you do when they came out, then if you do when the raids came out, then a lot of the old raids are good then, because a lot of them were really cool. Old War, ICC, the initial Nax.
Like, if you actually, that's like comparing athletes from today to like athletes in the 60s. Like, they're like the training and everything, like people are infinitely more athletic. It's just, it would be completely absurd to rank them 1v1, or like what would happen if you sent someone from today back in the 50s and like, yeah, they dominate. What do you mean? They're just faster and stronger and quicker. They're just better, right? Like, gaming is the same way. Like, the how much better teams are now than they were in MOP is insane. Even within like a couple expansions, how much better we are now is crazy. So it's just about how they were when they were there, because they were also like, Blizzard is designing raids for what the community is capable of, right? If people were doing stuff, if people were one-shotting Throne of Thunder back then, they would have increased raid difficulty 10 years ago, right? I haven't played since Shadowlands. Have the raids been since then? I think pretty good. Some stinkers, some non-stinkers. Well, it's quite relevant in the sense that people are playing them on Classic now. It isn't, though. You know what I mean? It doesn't... The fact that people are playing them on Classic doesn't matter. Because, like, yeah, I guess you're getting an interesting perspective as to what it would look like if you were to go back and do this stuff with the knowledge. But, like, you're not even going back and... You know what would be really interesting? Seeing people that are as good as people are in 2025 go back and do a raid like Throne of Thunder, but it's like a raid they've never seen before. Like, imagine Throne of Thunder never came out. Ever. But they're releasing it tomorrow for the first time and no one has seen these mechanics before. It wouldn't all get one-shot at all. So, like, you're not necessarily comparing how hard raids are for 2025 players today versus 2013, 2012. It's also... You've seen it in Compraxit before it comes out. It's a completely different thing. I would all get one shot because Throne of Thunder is level 30 and I'm level 80. What a beast, bro. You're a beast.
All right. I mean, clearly that wasn't as interesting as I thought it was going to be, but he's just obviously very nostalgic about when he started rating at a high end. I think he has talked about before that his first rating was in Miss, so he's just falling into the trap of everyone else that most people do. That when they started playing, that's the best the game ever was. A lot of people fall into that. I'm nostalgic too. Burning Crusade is the first time that I really rated, and so I'm like, oh yeah, Burning Crusade was really good. But I also realize that I am doing the nostalgia thing there as well. All right, we got a long flight here. That was a good time to go get a drink. I'll be right back. Weird freeze. Flying simulator. Locked in. Wait, is he still over here? Oh, Lord. Oh, I'm going to be him. It's Friday. I kept thinking today is Saturday. The heck? I'm hoping for if since today's Friday, I'm hoping for a little bit of WoW news at the end of the day. It'd be like in 2 hours probably. End of day, then they go on vacation for until the first year. We're not gonna have much to talk about until January. They did push some housing stuff. Maybe that's all they're doing. Well, we're almost there. Just gotta wait for the priest. Mm, all button. Let's go. This is taking forever. Hope we're not actually running this. Oh, we are going this. Oh, guys, we gotta go. Ugh, library. Okay, well, this is gonna suck. I did not want to run all three of these. Things don't even give XP. There we go. Just nuke everything down. If we're gonna do this, let's do it fast. Oh, oh damn. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I love that too, man. Oh, there's a PoE. I love when the guilds actually doing stuff together. That for my retail guild, the best time was that, and like we were like people were like playing like other games together too. Like we were just like a almost like a friend group, right? And I think that makes it a lot more fun. That's why I think I should. I think I'm going to try to find a guild for BC and see if I like it.
That's still recharging.
I don't have mana for this. At least we're gonna ding 43 in a second.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Chill.
You will not defile these mysteries. Burn in righteous fire.
Either of those. Hopefully this goes just as fast. The wool cloth is nice if I can get my bandaging up. I was gonna have to go like farm stocks or something. Let's just pull the rest of the dungeon all at once. Let's go. We can do it. Get that one. Yeah, let's go. Pull them all. Oh, come on. We could have done it. Big pulls. This wand animation looks so much better than everything else in Classic. It's this Mage Quest wand. It looks really good. It looks like it's from retail.
I'm out of range. I need a break.
I've been waiting for
We're a real challenger. Blade of Light.
blades of light.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cast.
Light, give me strength.
Forge battle armor. No Tabardo. Arriba.
I can't do that yet. That's still recharging.
Glug, glug, glug. I mean, this group's really fast is the good part. I'm going to get a little bit of XP. Staying ahead of my quest. I really want to get Alderman done, though. But that'll have to be in a different day. Okay, let's get these guys. Put that on the tank. Oh, he has a better one. The Scarlet Belt. Don't think we need to have anybody that could even use that. We didn't have anybody for the shoulders either. That was some retail grouping, by the way. Wand the one guy in, counterspell the other guy in, Nova them all, AoE. Classic can be played in a better way. You just have to have the group capable of doing it. Obviously, it's more risky on hardcore, but you can play this game more fun than what people do. Like with this particular group, we could probably literally pull the boss all the trash. I could keep them somewhat controlled with Frost Nova, AoE it all down. Okay. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Go. Five intellect, five strength. It's actually probably better than mine. But because I have strength that I'm not gonna roll need. It'll just feel weird. Should take whatever is better for you, but it's just weird. My bad. I need more mana. Oh, we got a champion back here, boys. Oh, the big crit. I keep winning some of these greens. I might get my mount soon. There we go. $14 stun, reach level 60. Congrats. Full here. And is he gonna stop moving? Attack. Oh, I'm probably just gonna log off whenever we're done here. So I'll be a little bit over today. Like I said, I'm gonna try to go a little bit later once January starts. Goal will be maybe a couple hours later on average, but we'll probably call it here. It's after this dungeon, of course. So we're gonna go a little over today, at least. I thought we were gonna go a lot over because this group is running all three. I only wanted to run Cathedral, and this group ran Library, Armory, and Cathedral. But we're actually doing big pulls, like retail pulls in here, so it's actually fun too, which is nice. But it's going nice and quick. Pulling like 8, 12 mobs at a time feels good. This is how you should play Classic. Good. I don't know how this dude works. Oh, we just kill him. Other bracers.
Infidels. They must be purified.
You're going for the hat or the necklace?
Arise, my champion.
At your side, my
Your
lady.
side, milady.
Who's looting? Scarlet leggings, no one can even use, but the helmet, I mean, please, I hope I win that. Come on. We need a 90 something here. We need 100. Let's roll it. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, 11. Gosh, that sucks. Darn. I literally have a white helmet. Hmm. Okay. That sucks. Oh well. I'm getting the hell out of here. Alright. Well, actually, it literally finished at the normal time I finished. I'm here thinking we're going to go like 30 to an hour over. But yeah, today was actually really cool. One of the better days when I've done Classic, honestly. But I was also really tired. So shout out as always to everybody here. We got Mario, FDS, Blink. Y'all are always in here, which I appreciate. And then we had some other people stop by as well. I can't even, I'm missing the name here, but we had like some people stop by earlier. But thank you guys as always for coming through here, pressing like, watching the stream, supporting the channel in general. You guys are awesome. Thank you. I managed to stay awake despite being tired. The wind has settled down. I can now hear outside without hearing just wind hit my house. So that's good. So hopefully I get some sleep tonight. The plan tomorrow will be to probably do some beta. That's kind of my plan because there's still some dungeons I haven't even done yet on beta. At least one or two that I haven't. So that's going to be the plan tomorrow. We will see when we go live tomorrow for sure and what tonight brings me and all that. But that will be the plan. There also could be different plans too. I'll post if something changes with the schedule. We might be doing some sort of a Christmas event, my family, tomorrow. But it's not for sure yet. I'll do like a post or something on the channel if the schedule's going to change. But yeah, we'll see. Either way, I could probably go live and just get off early if I have to. So thank you guys as always for everything. You guys are the best. You guys are awesome. And I will see whoever's here tomorrow.